It's fine. It's close to 100, so I'll just take it from what
Yeah.
from the cost to here.
Yes.
And traffic and the last day.
But for
So I decided to just take me.
but to the work, how long does it take you?
It's all.
Is it?
And last it does work. Not for yeah. It does very but not good.
That's still far.
I'm taking this Texas. What? The thing is, we can Texas, but Republicans, Texas insurance. That ride was just like this was okay. So they just use the lane that is specific for the bus.
But they can also use a bus lane.
Just that, but they just go
In and out, yeah.
So is the bus so slow?
So the bus driver will more like consider it.
Normally, can you make it full screen? It's a bit small. Yeah, it's not. I think you may be sharing just your spider. It's maybe it's quite small and it can't hear you as well.
How did you go last night?
Normally it's still small. It's not full screen. And we can't hear you as well. So you're still muted, I think. Normally we still can't hear you. And your screen is still small. Maybe stop sharing and share again. The window itself, it's a problem. The window itself is small. So maybe stop sharing and share again. Only 15 people already. Wow.
Oh, how about you? I would have to respond to that. Who's Chris?
Chris, yeah.
Did not issue.
Oh, okay. Normally we still can't hear you.
So
Can
good
you?
morning, everyone.
There you go.
Today I'm going to be taking you through the review that we did through the review of what Benjamin did yesterday. So what we did yesterday, we were dealing with data pipeline for ETL, which means extract, transform, and also load. So basically a data pipeline is like a factory line. It's like a series of steps that takes in raw data from the source and then processes and also deliver it somewhere useful. So in this case, we deliver it into a database. So in Python terms, it usually works in sequences of functions. The first one is extract, and then the second one is transform, and then the last one is to load your data. So I'm just going to be taking you through the code that you guys worked on yesterday. So obviously this code assumes, you can hear me? Sorry. So obviously you can move closer if you can hear me. So obviously the code assumes that you have pandas installed on your local environment. And then the first thing that you're going to do is obviously to import pandas as PD, as we're going to be using it for what we're going to be doing. So think of pandas as Excel, but it's obviously more powerful as you can load a large amount of data than you would be able to on your local on Excel. So the first thing that we did was to define what apps, where pandas should find the data that we refer to as apps, and then we gave it the path there. So it's obviously just the name of the file because we already on that working directory. The file is already on your current working directory. If the file is not on your current working directory, then you would use like a full path, like slash to where it is. And then we also stored reviews using pandas, and then directed to where we have it on our local for it to store it as a data frame. And then the first thing that we did was to use pandas to view our attributes, our data attributes, which was the column, the shape, as well as the type of data. So you just print it with whatever that you specify your data as. Here we have it as apps, and then it's dot columns. So the dot columns comes from pandas. So if we didn't have pandas imported, this was not going to work. And then if you were interested in also knowing your the details of the review file, then you would also do this. But obviously, if you're working with a lot of files, this would take a lot of time, which is where functions comes in, which is what we were working on yesterday. So the first function that we defined was the extract function. So what it basically does is, instead of repeating PD underscore read CSV everywhere, we just call extract and then put the file name after you've defined it here. So obviously, we decided that when we call apps, we want to be able to find the shape of the data, the type of the data, and also the columns that are within the data. So that's what we defined here, which is why then if you were to if you were to put the path to your file here, then you should be able it should be able to print exactly what the function defines. And then the next function that we worked on was transform. So this function is basically responsible for cleaning and also preparing your data so that you can be able to use it later. For this instance, what we wanted to do was to go through our data, our main data, and be able to extract certain information that we wanted to, that we are interested in. And for this instance, it was the top apps. So the first thing that we did was we obviously want to know what the function is doing. So which is why we put this print here, which is just a comment, which is just a comment of what we're using to specify our function. So the first thing that we did was to obviously drop the duplicates. This is an important step because if you don't drop your duplicates, later on you're gonna have issues, especially because most of the tools that you might be working on, it might be expecting that that has already been done. And then the next step that we did was to
Normally we have a
filter out
question.
the apps and keep those in the selected
normally?
categories that we specified. They're on top on the define, which is the category, the minimum rating, and also the minimum reviews. And then the next thing that we did was, after specifying that, we then decided to match back the sentiment score back to the apps data sets to create a single combined table. And then after that, we applied the function and then the next step was obviously the filtering step, which is here. You obviously, this depends on what you would want your top, what you use here is what your top apps depends on. For us, it depends on the minimum rating as well as the minimum review. So after applying after quantifying the filters so that only the high rated and well-reviewed apps remain, we then sort our file. Sorry. I just need to zoom in here, zoom out actually. We then sort our values using rating as well as reviews, and then the next thing that we did was to save our file to topapps.csv, and then that's when the transformation then is complete. And then the last function that we defined was a function that we use to load our data, our clean data into the database. So for that, you're gonna need, because we're dealing with databases, you're gonna need SQLite. That's why we imported it here. And then from SQLite, the reason why we need to import it is because we wanted to use the toSQL function to write our data frame into a table. And then we also needed the SQL because we wanted to read our data back to check if everything worked. And then asset is just used to compare that we have the same number of rows and columns, and simply check to make sure that nothing went wrong. And then we called our function here and gave it our and then we loaded our database into, we stored our database. The last part takes care of storing our database. So now I am going to take you through the answers of your quiz. Okay, I don't know, it's not appearing on your side. Okay, I'm not sure why it's not showing the window that I'm in. Can you guys see my screen?
We can.
So I'm just going to be going through the review of yesterday's quiz. So the average score was 89% and 362 people finished it. The first question was, what is the purpose of the extract function in the script? And the answer to that is B. Because obviously you this is where you point your function to where your data is. And then the second question was, what does the transform function primarily do? And the answer is A, which is to aggregate reviews and also filter apps based on the specific criteria. And then how does the script handle duplicates in the transform? We use drop duplicate function to drop the duplicate. And then which column are retained after filtering in the transform function? This is obviously the rest of these questions, the answers are all in the scripts that we did. So if you're not sure, you can just go back to the scripts and try to figure it out. And then what condition is applied to filter apps in transform? I think maybe if I have the script, I'll just show it on the side. And then the other question is what file format is transformed? Is the transformed data persisted to? And that is the CSV file. And then what database is used to load transformed data in the load function? We use SQLite because we were using the SQLite library. And then what parameter ensures that the data in SQLite is overwritten if it exists? It's obviously replace. How is the successful loading of data frame into SQL validated? And the answer to that is by asserting that the shapes of the original and loaded variable are identical. And then the last, all these questions, if you just go through your script, you will find the answers there. So yeah. So just to note, we use these quizzes to determine if you get the certificate after the course. So if you don't do it, then you're automatically not gonna get it. Thank you so much. You can continue, Benjamin.
Cool, thanks, Nomli. All right, thanks, Nomli, for giving us a review from yesterday. Let's just check if everybody is awake. I only got 60 readies. So let me check in Slack again. If everybody's ready, please give me thumbs up. Or any little emoticon you want, give me thumbs up or something to know that you are ready. Trying to get a clean slate today with people not giving a thumbs up. There are 3 robots. We got somebody sleeping, 2 cats, somebody's happy, Some's on fire. Gorilla, 2 gorillas. Somebody is scared about today. You should be excited about today. Today's gonna be a fun day. Somebody's hugging. And somebody's a fever. Someone's on a computer. I'll just nice to delete that, so we assume everybody's listening correctly. Somebody's on a computer. Somebody's sad. Somebody's cold. Okay, people are having fun there. There was a question further up while we are going through this. Well, everybody's still giving me my thumbs up. What is the impact if one does not import pandas as PD? What is the value of PD? So the nice thing about programming, Howard, everyone else, is you can try it and let us know what happens. If you don't import pandas as PD, what will it do? But as the replies mentioned, it is a alias or shortcut or shorthand for import pandas. But how the best way to learn why that happens or why we use it is to remove it and see what happens. It's far better that than my answer is if you experience it yourself. So we're getting a lot of thumbs up. And other emoticons, thank you. Normally, please try and explain why the closest answer is incorrect. Unfortunately, because we do have a question numbering, it is hard to listen. Please try and explain why the closest answer isn't correct. I'm not sure what you mean. The answers are actually quite obvious. They're quite obvious, so there isn't anything too ambiguous or unclear. The answers are pretty straightforward. If you have a specific question from the quizzes, you can pose it, and we will review that. So do the Canvas Slack resource remain after summer school or vanishes? It will not vanish, it will still remain. So you can still have access to it for some time. Right, so I think everybody is ready and awake. So what are we going to do today? Timetable. So yesterday Monday, coding practices, and then yesterday was data pipelines. So we covered quite a lot of content yesterday. Not a lot of coding, but a lot of content step by step. We went through data pipelines, how they work, how to create one from scratch, and I gave you a template to work off from. Today we're going to, I'm going to kind of complete what we did yesterday, give you a modular part of the pipeline, and then we're going to focus on the highlight of the week, which is data visualization using Streamlit. So I just had a few comments about the code. Well, two things I wanted to cover first before we get on to complete the complete data pipeline. There were two questions. Well, we had two statements in Python, which was reviews query. We had the reviews data frame, and we wanted to filter that reviews data frame using the query function in pandas. And this is a statement that we used. And this statement might not be that obvious what is happening. So there are other ways in pandas to do this, which I'll explain now. For me, query is just far more easy to understand, so that's why I use it. But for example, you can do this in a different way. For example, you can split this up if you want. You can say all the valid apps. You can create a series from that first, from the apps data frame. So this just gives you a series. This will give you a series because it's just one column of only the app names. So this just gives you only the app names, sort and valid apps. And then you can use reviews.query also use lock LOC, or you can use lock if you want. You can have reviews equals reviews.loc, reviews app dot if these apps is in valid apps. So in my mind, this approach in pandas is just not that intuitive to me, using LOC and using the built-in like isn't function for valid apps. But again, these are different methods you can use if you're more comfortable with it. And the last one is if you don't want to use LOC, you can also say reviews equals reviews app. Reviews app. I'll spell the reviews app then is in valid apps. Different ways of doing it. It's really up to you, but still using query is the most intuitive way for me. That's why I prefer using query. Another question I had, well, there was a comment about the join function with this join method in pandas. So just to recap, we had thousands of reviews for the apps, and for example, one app had 100 reviews. We wanted to aggregate that or get one value for all those reviews. So we used the sentiment or the value. So we got a single value from that. For example, the Uber Eats app was aggregated to the value of like 3, for example. So instead of having like 100 reviews for the Uber Eats app, we just got 1. So we aggregated that with the mean, and then we wanted to join that with the apps data frame. So there was a question about when to use join and when to use merge. So you can, in this case, you can use either one, because aggregated reviews has an index, and join is preferable to be used if you have an index. But you can also use merge if you want. So you could have used apps.merge aggregated reviews, aggregated reviews on app, and again still a left join. So pretty much identical to the join method. It's just the app, just join expects indexes, whereas merge doesn't. So merge might be a bit more flexible and more. Merge is used more for like SQL commands and queries. So either one should be able to be used. This is a few comments that I had from yesterday from the code. All right, let's see if there's any. A question from Temhlanga: in a real life pipeline problem, how we come up with pseudocode that you had commented out in the start of the file that was provided. Maybe if you can give me I'm not sure what you mean. How do you come up with pseudocode? How do you come up with pseudocode that you commented out in the start of the file that was provided? Oh, so that is your own understanding of the problem. So you are given that problem, whatever it is. So I was given a problem, for example, from a manager, research for my research lead or supervisor, and they told me, look, I need to get the data from Google Store of a dump of all the apps on Google Store, and also get all the reviews, right? So, and then I followed the methodology in that file that showed, you know, if typically for data pipeline, a standard method is using ETL, which is extract the data, transform it, and load it. How you transform it is dependent on the data and what you expect for your output, right? So the pseudocode is dependent on the problem statement, but using an ETL is ultimately, you know, the standard method to use. All right, I don't see any other questions. I see Yaku saw there is issue with some of the pictures not loading. I will try to sort that out shortly. But before we get to that, there in Streamlit itself, you should see there is a, we are on day 3. So before we get to the data visualization with Streamlit, we're going to just finish off with our data pipeline. So I need everybody to you know, click on this file over here. It is a zip file. You can download it, and there should be 3 files in there. And in that file is the modular your modular data pipeline. So I've taken the code from yesterday and have modularized for you, so you can use it in various places. We're going to go through that now, how that works. But this is a modularized pipeline from pretty much what you did yesterday. And also it's a demonstration of how you can use it with Streamlit. So can everybody just access this and download this file here? It is a zip file. So I'll wait for everybody to do that. And then create a new project, and you should have, where's my project that I created? I don't need this anymore. Yeah. And then in the file itself, when you've unzipped it, you can create a new project. You should see that there are 3 files in it. There's something called pipeline functions, a pipeline module, and an app. We'll discuss app at the end. But first, just make sure you create a yes, Tendo, you have to unzip the file. You can't use it without unzipping it, so you have to unzip it. Unzip the file. There should be 3 unzip the folder, and you should see it. So is unzip, is download, and unzip. Create a new project in Spider and copy those files to that folder, to the project. So where's my project, recent projects? I think it's this one. Yeah. Why is this one? Is this one? There we go. Your CSV file should also be in the apps data. So this is everything in the project. So this is what you should see. So give me thumbs up once you are ready. Once you have done that, then we can continue. See why Streamlit is not working. Okay, those images should be working now. These codes, I will copy it in announcements if you want to check it out. Okay, so let's move on. So what does this do? Well, it's pretty much the same code. It's pretty much the same code that we worked on. I've just built them as functions. There's no extra like variables or what we call global variables outside it. I mean, except for, yeah, there are no global variables. Everything is contained into functions, so we can use it in a modular way. So this should all be familiar with everyone. We have the extract function, takes input as path, returns the data frame. I've added some extra, debug information or observations, for when it's done. Transform function as well, the same. Transform function, same inputs we had yesterday, and all the same queries, which I think we worked through before, and then returns the app data, and then SQLite is the same. Sorry, the load function is the same. Everything we've done before. So everything is contained in this function. So, well, sorry, in this file, right? So how do we use this in a modular way? Well, I've created this extra file called module. So this script effectively wraps a pipeline logic into a main function and includes a standard entry point, which you'll see at the end, and it can be run as a standalone script or imported as a module. So this is the script I'll use to run my pipeline. So this is my main function, and this is the input data. I can obviously change this data. If it's other data, CSV files, I can change it here if I want to. And then this is the transform function that I'm calling and the various parameters I'm inputting. So as you can remember from yesterday, this stuff was all in one file. This is all, we put this all in one file yesterday. Now we're using a modular approach, so we have a complete pipeline that we can use and modify as we go along. So everything stays the same. We don't change this code anymore. We don't add any hard-coded values. The only time we want to change something, for example, is here. If we want to change a category for the food or the min rating or the min reviews, it will only be in our pipeline module file. And then in the same way, we are loading the data as well. So this is and also importantly, we are importing this now as PF or pipeline functions. So this is a module I've imported, and you can do that with any script that you have and with defined functions. I defined it as, well, imported as pipeline functions, and I gave it an alias or nickname as PF. And you can see I'm using pf.extract. And where's it from? It's this function over here. And I'm using pf.transform. And where's that from? This is from this function over here. In the same way, pf.load. I'm using pf.load as well, which is also from the pipeline functions. So this is a module we've now created, which we can use in any way, in any situation. So it becomes, quite useful. So you can run this. You can run this locally on Spider, or can use it in your own environment in Jupyter Lab or whatever VS Code environment you're using. This is completely contained pipeline. So if you can run this file, you'll see everything. You'll see all the checks and balances that were done. For example, transform was done, the loaded data frame has been read from SQLite, and the top apps table has been loaded and validated. All right, so this is what this is a complete working pipeline that we've created. But now, how do we actively use this? So this, for example, you can use in a terminal if you want to, if you want to run it, but visually it's not too useful. So what I did with this was I took this module, and I decided to create a visual representation of it so I can see this a bit better. So, and this I did with Streamlit. So I'm going to run this file. And this is my Streamlit file, and you can see I'm importing Streamlit. We'll get to how Streamlit works later. I'm just showing you this just to give you an idea of what you can do. And then I'm importing my pipeline functions as PF, and I'm using it throughout. So if I run this file, okay, that seems to work. So now I have to go to to run this. So the one difference with running Streamlit files is you cannot easily run this in Pandas itself. You have to run it, in Spider, you have to run it in a terminal. So I'm going to just show you, how this works. One example of how this works. Once my terminal pops up, okay, so I'm going to do it. So what this code does, this is what Streamlit does. It makes a little web application for you, and it allows you to visualize your data, your ideas, your research, whatever you want. It's a small little website that's purely built in Python, which is very powerful for you to communicate your ideas, your research, or anything you want to actively show somebody with anyone in the world. Because the main objective at the end of today is for you to use the free Streamlit Cloud, where you can create your own web app, showcasing, like yourself, your researcher profile, whatever work you're doing and whatnot. So this is a very powerful tool, which hopefully you'll be able to use. But in any case, what I've done is I've created this app which uses the functions that we built yesterday. If I run the pipeline complete, and we get the final the final list of best apps that we've gotten. So this is obviously, you can understand that this is far easier to visualize, to understand, and to analyze. This is obviously quite similar to what we did with SQL in the same way, but we have more flexibility. It's easier to update things. So for example, I can easily change, for example, the rating to like 4.5. I can run the pipeline again, and you see the number of rows or number of apps has reduced. We can change it to 5. We should get nothing because there was no app that had a rating of 5. So this allows you a lot more flexibility to modify and to analyze the data. And in the same way, many examples of this, but if you have some project you have to do and you want to share your piece of code or bit of research or model or something you want to maybe share with somebody else, your supervisor, they just want to tweak it a little bit, maybe change this value here and there, just to see slight change of results, this is a perfect and best way to be able to do this. And it's we'll do this a bit later, but you can share a live link. It's a website link. You can share with anyone, and it's for free. It just allows scaling ideas or research a lot quicker. Instead of maybe sending an Excel spreadsheet by email or code by email, I then have to load it on their IDE or on their version of Python. They don't have to install anything. They don't have to run anything. You can run this on your phone. You can run this on any machine, iPad, anything. It's a website link, ultimately, that you can interact with your little project or your data or something. So another feature is like, as we spoke about yesterday, our main goal was the food and drink category, but let's say we want to look at, like other categories like education. Make it down to 4, so run pipeline. These are all the apps in education that you can see had a rating of 4. And again, you can tweak these values, like a 10,000 or anything more, just to kind of tweak. So the use cases for this, but I'm just showing you an example of what you can possibly use in your own situation. So I haven't taught you yet, if you don't know how to run this just yet, but I'm going to show you an example, a typical application where we've built a pipeline, a simple pipeline as is, but how you can now start to interact with it and visualize it. Right, this is where the power of Streamlit comes in. So that is my demonstration for the data pipeline, and typically what we did yesterday is now complete. What I want to cover now is how do you actually start creating your own Streamlit apps. First locally on your own machine, and then we're going to jump over to Streamlit Cloud. So we're going to need GitHub. You need your own GitHub account, which you will hopefully have done already, and your own Streamlit account. You need to connect those two to be able to create a app that you can share anyway. The code that you're going to be hosting is going to be on GitHub. Streamlit speaks to GitHub, gets the code, and shows it. But first and foremost, we'll just work locally on our own machines, just so we have a better idea of how Streamlit actually works. So that is what we're going to do today. So this app you'll only fully understand a bit later on. I'm not going to go through the details. I just wanted to give you a demo of how it actually works. All right, let us go back to Canvas so we can see how to get started. So if you go to Canvas, I added notes and a guide on how this will work. There is another file called Streamlit Files, which we'll be using shortly. But let's just first go through the guide to understand how Streamlit works and how we can just get the basics done, on our own local machine. So if we click here, I'll go through the guide as well, how it works. So hopefully, is everyone excited about Streamlit? Let's see what responses I get, because I'm very excited about Streamlit. We have a Streamlit expert over here, Vuyo Mfidi is a Streamlit expert. Let's see who is excited about Streamlit, about all the possibilities. Questions. Can Streamlit display results as plots? Yes, it can. Any idea, anything you have, anything you can do on Python, you can do on Streamlit. So if you have questions, ideas, what it can do, Streamlit, please post it. So thanks to everybody who are excited, but please don't put a message. I want to see messages here. So we have excitement. Cool. Does Streamlit work with Matplotlib? Of course it works. Anything Python related, it works with Streamlit. So most definitely it works. anything you can do in Python, a Python file, you can do on Streamlit, and much, much more. If you're working with confidential data, how do you set controls on the app platform? You can make it private. You can make a private application if you want. You can add a login form, login details if you want to. So there are ways to make it private if you need to. But for the purposes of our demo today, we're going to make a public app. Can I develop a full web application on Streamlit? The whole purpose of Streamlit is to make developing a web app super easy, just in Python. So it has most functionality. There is some you can add some JavaScript or HTML, but it's not what it's made for. But typically, if you think about having a login form or pictures, images, videos, interaction, you can create games on Streamlit. I'll show you some examples. So you can do anything. If anything Python can do, then do we need Streamlit? What makes it significant? Hopefully you'll figure that out, what makes it significant. Streamlit is a tool built on top of Python. So hopefully that explains it. Cameron, is Streamlit better or similar version of tkinter? So tkinter is more specifically for developing apps on your local machine. Streamlit is for web application. So you can share with anyone, or you can view it on your phone, on your PC, anywhere. So Streamlit is more for web applications, and it's far easier to build applications with Streamlit than tkinter or tkinter. Is it possible to deploy a web app using NITheP or Vercel? They have different applications. You don't have as much control as you have with Streamlit. So I don't think so. Is a limited amount of different variables. View can filter. This will be useful sharing work supervisor. So there are unlimited possibilities. So I see people asking the amount of different variables. So whatever you can do in Python, you can do in Streamlit. So if you want 1,000 variables, 1,000 ways to view or update things, by all means. Can Streamlit be used to launch a browser-based app that can be integrated with Spectrometer? Sure. Can I be able to link web platforms with Streamlit? Yes, you can. There is some JavaScript integration. You can share web with other users. Yes, the whole purpose, Tendo, is you can share it with anyone around the world that has internet. Does this compete a solution like RShiny? It is. It's more easy, user-friendly than RShiny. RShiny is it is a more difficult learning curve, I found, than Streamlit. So hopefully, everybody will get to build the apps. And one of the main assignment for this week is actually building your own Streamlit app on the Streamlit cloud. So that is, I'll discuss it later, but let's get into it. All right, so you have the notes here. So I'm going to briefly go over the notes on Streamlit, and then jump over to actually doing it and showing you how it works. I've tried to make this work in Spider as well, although as I mentioned before, it natively works in your terminal, which you should be comfortable with since you did the prep course, but we can just go over this. So this is a bit of a introduction to Streamlit. It's a tool for EDA and many more. As I said, you can make games with it. You can make your own YouTube video player. People have made their own version of ChatGPT on Streamlit. So there are many things you can do with Streamlit. Anything on Python, you can do in Streamlit. Again, Streamlit is built on top of Python. So I'm not going to go through the details. I've spoken enough about what you can do. Streamlit works by running Python scripts. Unlike Python web frameworks like Flask or Django, there's no need to deal with HTML or JavaScript, although you can, there are features you can add to it, but the whole reason is you don't want to do HTML, you don't want to do JavaScript. You write Python code only, and Streamlit handles the rest. All right, so in this guide, we'll go through the using Streamlit, a Python library, makes interactive web apps easy and fun. It's especially great for STEM researchers like yourselves. It turns data and scripts into shareable, user-friendly apps without requiring extensive knowledge of web development. So let's first have a look at the Streamlit playground. So we just start off with a blank file. So I think this is in the notes. So again, this just shows you what you can do with Streamlit and how do you start with Streamlit. So like we did with Pandas, we import Streamlit as ST. Again, just follow on. I don't expect you to type anything yet. I'll tell you when to. I'm just doing a demo again. So if I want to say anything, I would, well, if I want to write text to the screen, say STWrite, coding summer school 2026. And there it is. Pretty boring, but this is what you see on an actual website. And the cool thing is it changes in live time. It's very dynamic, right? So let's look at what this one does. So this is an example of Hello Streamler. I click this button here, get balloons. Okay. Some charts. Somebody asked about plots and whatnot. Let's see what these plots show. This is using NumPy or NumPy. See what plots is going to show. Streamlit supports a wide range of data visualizations, Plotly, Altair, bokeh shots. And you can choose different options and it would change dynamically for you. Do rolling average and you can see the data frame. So a lot of options you can use. In terms of data frames, this is also very cool. You have an interactive, like little Excel spreadsheet inside of Plotly. You should be able to click on these, or yeah, it does pop up if you want enable editing. Click on these buttons. You have this thing that moves. So many things you can do, little widgets here and there. LLM chat. So people have made their own little ChatGPT, so you can ask questions here. Let's start chatting. Hello. So somebody created LLM, they connected it to probably OpenAI and created their own little chatbot. So this can be maybe unique for your own little project, for your own research. You can upload your own data sets and create your own specific chatbot if you wanted. Computer vision, also quite useful in Streamlit. Image detection, this is using more traditional machine learning cases like computer vision or natural language processing. This is edge detection using OpenCV. You can upload a file if you want to. So this was the original image that they had. I'm not going to do that. Original image, and there was some Python processing behind the scenes that did edge detection. So if somebody works with images a lot, they do processing with images. It's a useful way to visualize images. Geospatial stuff. Sports maps as well. So I'm hopefully you can see you can pretty much do anything with Streamlit, and it's pretty cool. So there's a map of the world, and it's geospatial data. Cool. So that is a website. You can try it out. There are many more examples. If you go to the gallery as well, the gallery has templates you can work off with, and this is all freely available. You can click on the various options and click on the source file, and you can tweak and edit it. So many examples. Streamlit's been around for quite a few years, so there's a large database and it's well supported as well. Yeah, so that is Streamlit app. Have a look at it as well. Question here on the LM chat, does it read unstructured data or I have to clean the data first? It will depend on what your Python file does. That's not unique to Streamlit. It is what Python is designed to do. Okay, so that is Streamlit. So now setting up things locally. So setting up Streamlit locally, we're going to use Conda. So you all did the prep course, which means you all installed Anaconda. So to use Streamlit, you need to install it because it's not natively installed into Python. So you have to do that natively. You have to do that before we want to use Streamlit. And Conda, if you don't know, is a package manager that helps create isolated environments for different projects, ensuring compatibility as well. So how do we get started? If you're on a Windows machine, we're going to open up our command prompt. So we just go to Windows search and search for Anaconda PowerShell, wherever your Python environment is installed. If you're running Mac or Linux, you should just open your terminal and pip install it. That should be straightforward. So if I go click search here for Anaconda, click on prompt here. This is my thing. You should see a base over here next to your prompt, and that just tells you you're running a Conda environment. And I'm just going to type pip install Streamlit. So this is the command you need to type in. Again, this is in the instructions as well, pip install Streamlit. And once you type enter, you'll see it starts installing. I think I have installed this already, so I'm not going to mess with my one. So please do that now. Please open up your command prompt and install Streamlit. So mine, if I did pip install, it says requirements already satisfied. So that's what I get, but you should get when I do pip install Streamlit, it'll show that. There is another library you have to install. Matplotlib is okay to install. I'm not sure if I mentioned this in the prep course. It doesn't look that nice. So I prefer using a different plotting library called Plotly. So we're going to use it as well, called Plotly. Pip install Plotly. So add that as well to the chat. Again, this is in the notes. So mine is already installed, so I'll just say requirement already satisfied. But these are two libraries we need to install. Well, Streamlit specifically, if you want to use Streamlit. So let's check if everybody's ready. Is Streamlit installed? Get thumbs up. So yes, I know on a Mac we just work in the regular terminal. I'm assuming, yeah, I mean, Mac has Python built into it already. So it would just work on a Mac. Python, Mac and Linux has Python already installed. So I'm not sure if you installed Anaconda or not. You don't need to if you're on a Mac or Linux, actually. You just had to, install Spider if you are using it. But okay, we seem to have people that are getting it to work. Mine says access denied. So I'm not sure what machine you're working on. Maybe if you're on a computer lab, you might need special access for that. So I can't help you with that. You need to speak to the champion regarding that. Okay, UCT, everybody got their Streamlit installed? Thumbs up. Cool. All right. Wait a minute. Okay, so we're done. Okay, now to test that Streamlit is working, we go back to our command line and it says Streamlit hello. Streamlit hello. And this will pop up something in your browser. Why are you doing Streamlit version, Will? Why are you doing Streamlit version? Oh, for fun. Okay, all right, thanks, Will. Cool, so if Streamlit hello works, then your browser should pop up with your default browser and you should see this. This just makes sure that it is working locally. And you can see again, everything you see here is what you can do. You can take the code and modify it, right? So there's nothing, everything is written in Python. So let's look at the data frame demo. So this demo shows using a data frame, how to load data frames in pandas. Small little charts and bar charts, and this is the code for it. So you can click through these options and have a look at what you can do. This is plotting a live demo, which takes 5 seconds. Just random numbers, probably using NumPy or NumPy. The progress bar, this is the code used to do it. Mapping demo for people that are interested in earth sciences and geospatial data. See what this one shows us. Mapping data. Bike rentals, you can click on these options to filter it out. And this is I have to choose one layer, so nobody's complaining. And this is the code for it. So the one thing just to take note is there's a lot of if you remember in matplotlib, the code isn't the code is just more to change the color or to change the size. The complexity isn't that difficult. It's just to change different shapes or sizes of stuff. So the code is might look verbose or just might look a lot of code, but it's just like matplotlib. You're changing the colors or the fonts or adding different types of lines. So lastly, an animation demo for all the people that are interested in fractal models. It displays animated fractal based on Julia set. And you can have sliders to, I don't know, make it more complex or something, I don't know. Cool, so if that works, we have a look at these options. This is, the different things you can do in Streamlit. Some other things to take note of is that there's little 3 dots on the right-hand side. As I mentioned, or if I didn't mention it, the code you change, which we'll do shortly, is going to, whatever code you change, it updates live on the website. So most cases, you don't have to rerun it. So it should just automatically update, but for whatever reason, you might need to do it, can rerun it. There are settings here as well. Run on save, wide mode, you can make the screen wide. Also, you can edit the active theme. So you can make it like dark as well if you want. Change the colors and make it personal and unique to yourself. Okay, so Vio, you're going to answer these Streamlit questions I already see on the chat. All right, so that's it. That is what Streamlit Hello does. And now if you stop that in your command by saying Control+C. Well, Control+C would stop it. If you aren't familiar with that, we'll stop it in your prompt. All right, so let's go back to our notes. If the maps don't work in a demo, it's not a train smash. It's probably just one of the settings you had or something. So this is not the purpose of the training. It's just a demo to see what you can do. All right, so what you've done, we've installed Streamlit, installed Plotly, ran Streamlit Hello to see the different options we can use, and now press Control+C to stop the app from running. So how do you write Python scripts for Streamlit? So you can use whatever IDE you want. It's just a Python file, except a Jupyter Notebook, because Streamlit is a separate application that needs to run a Python file, and a Jupyter Notebook isn't Python file. So you can't use IPYNB. So let's stick to using Spider, just to write our Python scripts. Again, you can use VS Code and PyCharm, whatever you want. Just note that you can't actually run the file in Spider. So I can't click that little green arrow or press F5. You have to run in the terminal, just like I've done like Streamlit Hello, it'll run that way. All right, so we have to run the terminal. So I've created a little hack for you to make sure that to kind of make it work in Spider. So let's see how this is going to work. First thing, download the folder called streamlitfiles.zip and copy it to a new project in Spider. So if you go here, so please do this. Makofane, is it possible to visualize live data on Streamlit? Yes, it is. All right, let's go back. We were here, so let's go back to home and just see there is a Streamlit files. So please download Streamlit files. This has a whole bunch of files in it. Download this. Please download unzip and copy to a Spider project. So let's see where mine is. Mine should be I've got one. I think this is what you should see. So this is what you should see once you've done it. So I'll give you a few minutes. You can, if I'm going too slow for whatever reason, you can carry on with the notes. So by all means. So this is what you should see. You should see your project with the various files, app plots, app profiler menus, app profiler, app, and this run Streamlit py file. So let's see who is ready. Who has done that? Again, you can carry on with the notes if you want. So I need some more thumbs up, please, or funny emoticons to my message to make sure you are ready with Streamlit. Mine says main thread missing script run. Okay, Buyo.
As far as I understand, that's fine because it's just a warning saying.
Yeah, it's just a warning, yeah. For sure. Still working on it. It's fine. Maybe I should create a channel called Buyo. Please specify which file we're working on again. So we haven't started yet. I'm just making sure everybody is ready. You should have unzipped Streamlit files, copied all these files to a project, and you should see these ones. App, all these files you should see. App, run Streamlit.py, app plots, app profiler menus, and app profiler. This is the files we're going to be working through. I'm just waiting for everybody to be ready. I haven't started yet. Says Streamlit hello isn't recognized. Please help. Buyo is on it. Okay, let's see how many thumbs up I have. Only 50. What's this about like 70? I'll wait to 100. 100 sounds like a good number. I don't know what is our already. What was our top score so far? Was really 171. So this looks about like 190, 108, 121, 134. This one maybe 160 at best. Wanneer de tydpauze is? 11 a.m. Are you tired already? We have just started. Okay, this looks fine. All right, so let's get started. Okay, cool. So what does the note say? Okay, so writing Python scripts for Streamlit. So I've given you two methods. Method one is for people that are maybe not too familiar with the terminal. I created this hack so I can kind of run Streamlit inside of Python, right? So I have this file called run streamlit.py, and it has ways to run each file individually. So let's have a look how that works. So our Python file itself, if you want to create a super simple basic website, like on your browser, you literally just need 2 lines of code, import Streamlit as st, and like whatever text you want to say, like hello, or like, coding something called 2026, right? That is it. 2 lines of Python code can create a website for you. Now, how does this work? To run this, again, I have to click on this file called run streamlit.py. I make sure that file is, this one is not uncommented like the rest. So this is the one I want to use. And then it will run a sub-process for me to run a shell. So how does this work? Like this file, I will click run. And then it should pop up a browser for me. That says CSS 2026. That's it. I've created a website, a very super basic, simple website, but this is a website, right? Running locally on my machine. And I can take this, put it on GitHub, connect it to Streamlit Cloud, and make this visible to the world. Right. Let's see how dynamic this is. So let's say, let's go back to app.py and say, let's, smiley face. Well, this is a smiley face. Save it. Let's see if it changes. You see, once you've changed the code, it asks you to, it notices file has changed. I can just click on rerun once or always rerun, and you see it automatically updates. So it's very dynamic. You just run the file once and you can, make changes. So you can say, I can make it st.write like day 3. Save the file, go back to my browser, and there's day 3. Right? That's how dynamic it is. All right. So let me just bring this across so I can give you some more demos of what what things you can play around with, just to get familiar with Streamlit. Let me see what we have here. Okay, so just adding, for example, you can add a title as well. So st.title, my first Streamlit app. Save it, and I have a lot of stuff running there. Where is my? It's this one. Tell you what, I'll do this. You can see it like that. My first Streamlit app. I don't need that anymore. My first Streamlit app. So part of learning Streamlit is learning all the various functions, and there are a few like writing text, and there are some writing, if you want to create data frames and images and widgets and whatnot. So for example, creating a number slider, for example, let's say like number equals st.slider. Like for example, between like pick a number between 1 and 100. st.write if string you picked number. So again, this code is in Canvas if you want to have a look at it. But as you can see, I've created my first dynamic widget inside of Streamlit, where you can move something around and it records what that value is and it shows it up here. So you see that this is the widget, this is the function, this is the slider function which I'm using. I'm specifying 1 to 100. It stores that value in a variable called number. And all I'm doing is I'm displaying that number afterwards. And that's it. Cool. So play around with this, make sure it works. This is the first step to Streamlit. Again, you can go ahead if you want to, but I'll stop here because our tea break is now. Thank you. No. Hi, Peter. Can you hear me?
Like joining as panelist.
Hello.
Wants to speak.
Can you hear me on your side?
There we
Yes.
go.
Yes, I can. We can all hear you just perfectly. Yeah. Another is here.
Perfect. Yes. Manelda is there in person, and I am here in not person. Okay, so Manelda, shall I go ahead, or are we waiting for anything?
Not yet.
I think we are a few minutes ahead of time. So just wanted to make sure that the tech works.
Okay,
We will
cool. So
give
are you guys currently on break?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
For 2 more minutes.
just
Okay, cool. No, that's fine.
quick legs.
I will make myself another cup of coffee.
Okay.
Cool. So I think,
Yeah, and it's like just arrow keys or
yeah, let me just click on here. So
yeah.
arrow keys are on. I think everyone, we're ready to start. We are, so check we are not. Yeah, they can hear us as well.
Peter, are you there? Oh, maybe he's still not
I
interested.
I
Oh, wait.
I am indeed.
Great, excellent. So we can start.
At least I'm on Earth and not in space, unlike you guys.
Zero gravity.
Yeah, okay. So, hi everybody. I'm Peter van Hersden from SANBI, the Bioinformatics Institute at University of the Western Cape. And Anelda and I have been, for the last decade and a half, working on easing the digital transition in higher education. And one big part of it is very relevant to what you guys are doing, which is creating research software. Okay. Before we move to the next slide, just research software. I don't think this is anything new to you, because you guys are at universities, you are engaged in research, and you know that software is increasingly important in many, many different domains of research. Okay, so then we can move on to the next slide. And I'm sorry to say this, but all the code that you are generating, either on this course or before or after it, is a liability. Okay. Code, and why is that? Because code connects to other code. Code connects up to the users, and users find their frustrations, what doesn't it do, doesn't operate as expected. The users can also be other code. So if we have libraries, then that code is used by other code. Code connects downwards to dependencies. Those dependencies change. I'm sure you guys have all, if you've ever installed a piece of software, particularly research software, this is very, very common. You have the problem of resolving the dependencies, how to install the dependencies, their interfaces change, and code connects what I call sideways. So code is a legacy. The moment you write it, becomes part of a legacy, and code connects forward into the future. So it's connecting to its future uses. Use cases change. We try and reuse the code. We use code in ways that we never thought about when we originally started writing it. So all of these connections make that code, which is a social product. I mean, after all, we are social beings. Is a fragile thing. Okay, the capabilities of the code are the assets. You're writing it because you wanted to do something. Okay, and so how are you going to reduce these liabilities and enhance the durability of the asset? So in other words, you want users to be able to use your code, you know, in different domains. It must therefore be well documented. The code must be available. That's why open source is so crucial, especially in research. That the code must also be tested, and it must be engineered. That's the difference between software engineering and just coding. Software engineering is thinking about all of these questions. So this sounds like a lot. And especially for people who coming into coding in the higher education space, we know that many people in their postgraduate journey discover that they need code to do their research, but they've never been trained on how to make it, and they certainly have not been trained on engineering. That's why we created a thing called RSSE Africa. After several years of working with people who create code. And it's got a website, it has a LinkedIn group, and we've drawn a lot on the work of groups like the Software Sustainability Institute in the UK. But the RSSE Africa has, let me explain the acronym. RSE, a research software engineer, is somebody whose main activity is acting as a software engineer, okay? That is, as I said, creating the code assets. The functionality assets by coding in a research context. This term originates from some years ago in the UK. We added an extra S because the other thing that gets created is computational systems. So your high performance computing systems, your clusters and stuff like that. And again, there it's an engineering task. you want your systems to be defined, to be configured in a reproducible way. You don't want Benjamin to set up your cluster when he moves on. Nobody knows how to change anything, as an example. So RWSE Africa is an attempt to create a community for people working on improving software engineering and systems engineering in research. This movement around this, as I said, it's connected to the Software Sustainability Institute in the UK. We've got our WSE Africa website with links to lots of different resources, how to learn more about documenting your code, testing your code, licensing your code, how code relates to open science, and we connected internationally to the Research Software Alliance and so on. Okay, Anoda, I think that's enough from me.
Thanks, Peter. So I'm Anelda van der Walt. I have a background in bioinformatics, and about 23 years ago, I was one of you. I was a researcher who learned to code, and I loved it. I felt so powerful because I could analyze my data, I could develop the data visualizations, and that code was so fragile, almost as fragile as our RSSE Africa website at the moment, but that will be fixed soon. Because even though I was programming at school already, I was the lone girl in the programming class at school, and I wouldn't call myself like proficient at that level at that stage at all, but I was in the programming class. Despite all of the years of training in programming, I never learned how to construct code that is sustainable, that is expandable, that can be used by others, licensed properly so that people can adopt it. I was speaking yesterday to a colleague of mine, told me the most wonderful story. Many years ago, like 10, 15 years ago, someone wrote a Python library and luckily made it available under an open license. Was Python, it was written in Python 2. Now, most of you would not have used Python 2. You probably started with Python 3. So there's a massive difference between Python 2 and Python 3. And if you have stuff still running in Python 2, it might not be running on infrastructure today, or backwards compatible or forwards compatible to things written in Python 3. So someone else took up that open source software and it became a business, and they support that code till today. They ported it to Python 3 because it was open license, because it was documented, because it was on GitHub. They were able to pick up that code for the community and find ways to fund the work that they were doing, and that code is running until today. So that is a really good, it made my heart feel so yay. So what we're talking about here is to Benjamin and the rest of the team here over the next 2 weeks are teaching you advanced computing skills, right? They're teaching you skills to develop software that can help you in your research, in other areas of work that you are doing. But what we want to bring to this training throughout the coding process is for you to think about, how are you going to maintain this code? How are you going to, in 6 months' time, when you've written up your paper and reviewer 2 comes back to you and they ask something about what your code was doing, going to be able to look at the code and see, I hard-coded a variable that should have been like reading in something from a file, or this is what it does, and I can explain it quickly to the reviewer too. So these are the things that we're talking about here when we're talking about research software engineering. Of course, like with everything, there are layers, and on the one end, there are some really what they call low-hanging fruits. There are some really simple things that you can do. Comment your code, write some small documentation, add a license, really small things that you can do that make your code more durable and stronger. And on the other end, and we ran a fantastic workshop, even if I have to say it myself, I wasn't the instructor, just the organizer last year about sustainable software, writing sustainable software. And I learned so much about a few small things that you can, and actually I should share that with you. It's just 10 things to think about when you're writing code. To think about when you are creating your code, even before you start writing one line of code, thinking about how are you going to, when you start coding, create sustainable and durable code that will work for you, but could also work for others in your research group, as a service, or in other contexts. So we've been working really hard to try and get, Peter's just in front of the research software. If you wonder sorry, Peter, your image is on the top right-hand side of the screen there. You can't do anything about it, don't worry. But we've been working really hard to get recognition in the scholarly community for research software as a first-class research output. Because I've shown you, well, anyways, because publications are still the #1 recognized research output in academia, which is problematic, but we have been working really hard to bring understanding of the role of research software engineers and the value of the code that they create, or the assets in the functionality, as Peter said. So this year we've launched the NITheP Research Software Awards. That is like the Oscars of science for South Africa. And if you are writing code for research purposes, you are welcome to look at this information and submit your registration before Thursday, by Thursday this week. All right? We'd love to see your nominations. Get someone to nominate you. Get a friend to nominate you. It doesn't matter who nominates you. Get someone to nominate you if you are writing good code, or if you're writing code for research. All the details is on the website, but basically for this registration, all you need to do is submit your information, your nominator's information, and 100-word paragraph on what your code does. That's all. It's really simple. Then you will receive a nomination form. The nomination form is more in depth. And you have until the 5th of March to submit that fully fledged nomination form. So before Thursday, get yourself registered on this nomination, find someone to nominate you, and get that 100 words in. Anyone can do that. The other thing that we have just launched is the 5th iteration of the International Research Software Survey. I'm running out of time, but this will be quick. We would love to ask you to please complete this survey. If you're writing code for research, we'd love to hear about your work. It's an anonymous survey, completely anonymous. You don't give your name, you don't give your email address, nothing that will make you identifiable. Even if you do write something that is identifiable, the research team will de-identify the data before we publish it. That data will also become publicly available as soon as it's cleaned up, so probably towards May. We want to know about your practices, your experience with career growth, your jobs, like your background. And all of that can help us, again, with the recognition of research software developers and research or engineers and research software as an output. And then if you are writing code, you can also look at publishing it in these 2 journals. They are DHET accredited, so they do carry the subsidy, the DHET subsidy, Journal of Open Source Software, and the Open Research Software journals. These publish papers on research software, so you don't have to write about your research here, methods and conclusions and all of that. You write about the research software that you developed as a piece of software, as code. And then finally, we've been working really hard to grow things on the continent with RSSE Africa, but very excitingly this year, we are also launching a 12-month program for research software engineering, capacity and community development. And we will be running events every month this year. We are just finalizing our program now, but please keep an eye out. There is our website, an email address if you're interested, and then the bottom link is a subscription to our newsletter where we will also advertise opportunities that come along, like the awards or funding or training or events. And we would love to hear from you. Many of these events will be open to outside of UCT. So don't worry too much if you're not at UCT. Many of these events will be open and online, or many of the opportunities, also the ones that I've shared with you, is not restricted to UCT. We've just, we're going to do it for UCT. We might as well do it for the country. So with that, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank the organizers as well, Benjamin, for the opportunity to share this exciting news with you and to give this really urgent plea to think before you code. Don't just go and write code that's going to come back and bite you, you or someone else. We look forward to seeing your products. Thank you so much. I don't know if there is time for a question, or Andile has a hand raised.
Let me just.
Are there questions? Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. We'll share the slides with the links in all the Slack and wherever else. So all the links will be available. Many of the events is online or will be online. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Any other questions? Are you inspired? Yay.
Wow,
I see
mind-blowing.
nods.
Another.
Thank you, Mamsie. What did you learn? What did you like? Yeah, the slides will be shared.
Yeah, the slides are.
Is it there already?
I did share the PDF on announcements. Should be there. So I'll share it on the chat as well.
Fantastic. So Benjamin did share the PDF with the slides with all the links and our contact details.
Cool, that's it. Thank you so much, Anelda.
Thanks a lot.
If there are any questions, I can always forward it to Anelda and Peter later, but thank you, Peter, as well, for your comments. Switch my video off. And just to kind of reiterate, or just try to emphasize why Anelda and Peter spoke, research has always been about, or universities, as the business of universities about publishing papers and publications about research. But many times, especially in today's time, the code is never recognized that you're actually doing research in. So research software engineering, which started, a few years ago, starting to recognize the actual code itself needed to support the research. So it is actually starting to become recognized. And all of you are writing software in some way or form that supports your research. But again, there are more and more organizations that are recognizing the actual code itself. So please take note of this and look at the links and I did put in the chat. All right, so let's get back to Streamlit. Streamlit being a way to communicate your ideas, your research, anything else. Let's see. See if everybody, is everyone ready? To get back to Streamlit. Let's see our emoticons, what emoticons we have this time. Will somebody bump their head? I'm just wearing a hat. Shana is a something. Not sure what that means, Shaba. Cool. All right. So hopefully everybody is ready to continue. So where we left off from before the break was we were learning about Streamlit and how cool Streamlit is, and it's going to make your life awesome and going to make you able to share your research and ideas with other people and your supervisors if they want to tweak it some way or form. So hopefully everybody was able to, get this to work. Let me, I don't need this anymore. Yeah. And the first thing I showed you was just how to run the file. And there's a few things about what you can do with Streamlit. Adding some text and added our first widget, picking a number and whatnot. So this was maybe remove, let's just keep it as it is. No. View campaign. We should move this out. Okay, it's fine. Okay, I think that's better. Okay, so we've done that. So what else does the notes instruct us to do? There are other widgets or creating text as well. You can also we did a title. You can also do a header, like st.header, like heading one. To create different types of subheadings. You can also add Markdown. So if you're familiar with Markdown, Markdown allows you a lot more flexibility with writing like paragraphs or text and adding emojicons and everything else. So it's very useful to have a Markdown in here. So this is some text that you can write. Gives you more options than the write function. So Markdown is quite useful. So some functions you should really learn how to use. So the method that I have shown you now is running Spider from, running Streamlit from Spider. All right, which is a hack way. You run this file and then you can run your other. It'll run your Streamlit file. The better approach, if you are more familiar with the command line, is to go to your command line and run the Streamlit file there. So, for example, copy the full path where your app file is, and you can get it from Spider. So the example of the full path can be this one, and then we go to your command shell. And you change your directory until you can see that location. So, for example, I have this over here. Okay, well, I have my, what you can do is something might be easier. If you click on one of your files as well, if you click on show in folder, might be easier to do it this way. You click on show in folder. This is where all the files are. If you right click in Windows, you can show more options. You can either open terminal, or this would either, mine is terminal, but you can also use PowerShell. I'm going to use git bash, for example, because git bash should be installed since you did the prep course for this. So if I want to now run my if I want to run this in the terminal, objects. Let me just see if I have this over here. I can zoom it in so you can see. So list all my files. I have my app. This is the same file that I have worked with before. To run this file in the command line, you would say streamlit run app.py. This is a correct method if you're familiar with command line to run your file, and then it'll pop up another browser at some point. I think it's been used already by 853. Oh, there we go. It popped up. So this is a correct way to use it in a terminal. If you're familiar with it, but just for, if you are having issues, you can use my spider method. As I mentioned, there are two methods. I'm giving you method 1, which is in spider. Method 2 is in the terminal. In the terminal, this is a better approach to use. I'll show you that. So let me close it, and let's stick to method 1 for now. All right, adding interactivity, which we showed you. We did some examples of writing files and your first widget, visualizing data. All right, so let's have a look at this example over here. This is some plotting data. So now we can move on to a different file over here, which is app plots. So I have app plots here, which I've taken the content on Canvas and just created these files for you. So we're going to just kind of understand line by line what they're doing, up to a point where you have an established file that you can use and make it your own. So pretty standard imports using pandas, Plotly. So Plotly is the library I'm using to create nicer looking plots, which is a lot more interactive than Matplotlib. Matplotlib is very basic tool, so Plotly is far nicer, gives you more interactivity with plots. And then importing Streamlit. I have a heading. I'm writing some text here, and I have a title, and then I have a heading. And then what I'm doing is line 13. I'm just creating not empty, or just like a basic data frame in pandas. And then to write that data frame, or to show that data frame in Streamlit, I can use st.writeData, or there's actually another function to specifically for data frames, which is st.dataframe. I think it should autocomplete for me. I'm not sure why it's not. There we go. st.dataframe. And then put in data. So let's just add a few lines here to separate the two. So this would write the data frame using the write function, and then as well as the data frame in the using the data frame with this function, which gives you a bit more options when you're displaying it in Streamlit. So it's better to always use this one. And then if you're not familiar with Plotly, this is how I plot a simple line plot. Specify the alias px.line and specify the data I want, the x and y coordinates, and the title. And then I use this command just to plot it. So this is a basic script that allows you to plot a figure or a line plot in Streamlit. So how do we run this one specifically? Again, you can run this in a terminal, or I'll show you the hacky way. The easier way is I'm going to comment app.py and uncomment app plots for you. So just make sure you save it, uncomment this file, and now you can click on run. So this would specifically run a terminal. As you can see, it runs the same commands that I showed you in the terminal, which is Streamlit, run, and the file name. So if you run this, it'll open a terminal, and hopefully another browser would pop up. It popped up over here. And it's just busy working, doing something. look at it pop shortly. There we go. So again, very basic figure, and I'm waiting for my plot to load. There we go. There's a very super simple basic plot, but you have a lot more, features. I'll show you more examples, but here's 2 data frames. You can also download them and zoom, make it bigger, and then same with these 2 as well. And here's a plot. You don't have to, if you're making changes to your code, you don't have to stop it. So you can leave it running. So it runs dynamically.
We run.
Yeah, so it's a good question. So if I want to make a change, so like some text, I can say, what should I write? Give me something to write. All right, so has this changed? Save the file, go back to my prompt, and it says it recognizes a change. I click on always rerun, and it will detect it automatically and rerun it. And we can check that again, just maybe add a little, like a number there, number 2. Save the file, and 2 is already there. So it updates automatically for you. Any other questions? Anything else? So that is the plotting file, just to show how to do plots. Check any questions. Nothing yet. I only get 1 data frame. Yes, I haven't. I added another data frame, Shaba. So if you're running the file I gave you, you should only see 1 data frame. I just showed you there's another function called data frame, which gives you a bit more options when using a data frame. All right, so that is the plots file. We have 2 more left. The next one is the profiler. Okay, so this is ultimately the script I wanted to get to for all of you, where you have to ultimately create your own researcher page or whatever page you want to demonstrate, which will be the main assignment for the week. So let's first see what this looks like when we run it. Now to run again this file specifically, I go to run Streamlit, I comment out file, and I uncomment app profiler. And let's see what this gives me. Let's run it and see what happens. Cool. So this is a template I'm giving you. I'm giving you the code. I want you to modify it, make it your own. But so eventually you can put this on Streamlit Cloud. It has, researcher overview, your name, your field, institution, a picture you can add. Publications, if you want to upload files, like if you have a list of publications or papers you want to upload, you can save it here. Publication trends, this I think if this is a CSV file, it'll actually show the content of the publication. This section just allows you to filter different things. So I think this is for physics experiments. You can look at astronomy observations, weather data. It will automatically change the data frame that you're working on. Filter by temperature, more widgets that you can play around with. For changing the temperature, I think this data frame's at the bottom, just to display only the data frame that has temperature between these 2 temperatures, and also humidity. Right, I'm just showing you widgets, what you can in Python. Then contact information as well. You can add your email address and whatnot. So this is the the basic researcher page I want you to work from. I'm going to show you one that is a bit more involved, that has like a sidebar with menus in it. But ultimately, this you have to make your own. You can add whatever you want, make it unique, to kind of showcase what you're doing and who you are. We'll get to the part after the break of how do we actually take this and put it on GitHub firstly, and then on StreamNet Cloud, so I can share with everyone. This is a researcher profile page. The assignment specifically is only due on Monday. So you have some time to work on it and explore Streamlit and see what you can or cannot do. So you have some time to work on it. I'm just showing you, giving this template to work from. All right, so the last script I wanted to show you is almost identical to this, just adds a bit more web features to it. So if you go back to Spider and you look at App Profiler with menus, so this one has a bit more like web features involved, which I'll go through shortly. If you look at the App Profiler itself, the code, now it's pretty straightforward in terms of you're defining variable names, like here you're defining your name, and your name will show up in Streamlit, right? Your field and whatnot. These are variables you store, and then you are using Streamlit to display those variables. This is how you can display an image. This is a public image, a website. You can also display local images. If you have your image on your local directory, you can also show it. So a lot of options there. To upload a file, this is the Streamlit function to upload a file, and you can use it if you want to. It's stored, this CSV is stored in this variable, and you can read it with pandas, display the data frame if you want. Here is some filtering added to the data frame, that stores the word stores this input as a keyword, and you can filter that. Let me just maybe zoom out a little bit so I can see the full lines. So this text, these filters and widgets, you don't have to use it. I'm just giving you options. You can make it, again, your own, what you want to do. I'm just giving you options what you can do or with this code. So this is just used to, this code is used to filter, rows and whatnot. The next section is publication count. So you can upload a file and you can show certain information here and a bar chart as well. This is how you create a bar chart specifically in Streamlit. This section is just displaying random data. So this is creating like physics information, astronomy data, and weather data. And then in Streamlit, you can have a select box. You can choose, okay, well, just physics experiments or just astronomy or just weather. The select box will choose that, and then it'll display that option once you go to your if else statement. So if the data option is physics, it will display the data frame with that data. And there's many other things you can do. There's a slider that I've shown you before. So you can have a look at these examples that can work from. I'm not going to go through each line of code. It is quite self-explanatory. I'm giving you this to explore yourself and make it your own. For most of we'll do some more things as well, but I want you to go through this yourself. Ask questions, try it out, break it, and figure it out yourself.
List of publications like seminal papers, field or
whatever you want it to be.
Anything.
Well, whatever you want it to be. This is your own website. And then the last thing was just maybe contact information, email address, and then this is how Streamlit displays an email address as well. So this was exactly everything purely in Python, but displays the actual website. This is the power behind it. And then the last file is, which is a bit more complex, but gives you a cool feature of menus. So very similar, but it has sidebar menus, which I'll show shortly. I think, Buyo, we need to show one of your Streamlit sites as a demo. Yeah, anyway, so let's look at the last file over here. Can run this and see what this one looks like. So again, pretty much the same content. It just gives you a bit more, website functionality instead of everything on one page. You can click these buttons and I'll switch to another page. Those are the examples that you can try out. And here it also adds a bit more functionality. You can have menu bars inside, selector options inside your menu bar as well. I mean, people have gone crazy with Streamlit, so I mean, you can check out the gallery with all the options. But basically, this is what I want you to take and make your own and hand in on Monday. Yeah, so the most basic one is this one, just a researcher profile page. If you want to explore this one as well, you can. There's some menus. The code looks a bit more complex there. And you can go through that yourself. It has to create a sidebar. You just create the sidebar menu and the various options, and then there's just a bit more if conditions and if statements to choose between the different pages. It is self-explanatory, so you can try either one. But yeah, that is all I wanted to demonstrate for now in Streamlit. Then after the lunch, we're going to look at taking one of these files and putting it on GitHub and connecting to Streamlit. That is the final, part of what you want to do today, because that's ultimately what I want next week. I just want the link. I just want your public link. That's all I want to see for the assignment. But we'll get to that after lunch. For next half an hour or so, play around with Streamlit, figure it out, and start building your own, researcher profile page. We'll respond to any questions or comments, but yeah, this is really up to you to start figuring out Streamlit for yourself. See if any questions. Look at some questions while people are Streamliting around. Can you host Python Streamlit on SharePoint? No, you cannot. Streamlit, you can't host on SharePoint now. If you wanted local or private, no, you won't be able to. I'm not clear how you launched App Profiler. Okay, these cases, I mean, we'll chat to you directly. Are we judged by the website or its content? We are judged by your efforts. So, can you call two files once, one after one? You call app, then you call applets working on one app. So you're not calling different apps. So what's actually happening behind the scenes, the hacky way that I chose is actually there's a terminal behind the scenes that's opening. Each browser is managed by a separate terminal. So you can run multiple ones. As you can see, actually I have multiple pages here. And if you haven't seen this, noticed it, each of them have a different number at the end because this correlates to its own terminal. I think two. What do you mean? Anything you can do in Python, you can do in Streamlit. So if you have a code on Python and you want to do some Python, you can do it on Streamlit. Like a for loop or running many files at the same time. If it's done on Python, you can do it on Streamlit. Streamlit is just the front end, if you put it that way, for Python. Let's see, I'm struggling to run Streamlit. I have Spider open at the same time. I use Mac terminal. You can, for publications, this is up to you. You can have this publications already loaded on your directory. So you don't have to upload it. I'm just showing you the options you can use. You can type out what you do about the assignment. While the assignment is here, you go to the Streamlit app assignment is already available, but it is due on Monday. So create a Streamlit app on Streamlit Cloud of your own researcher profile page or page that showcases research or work you do. You must only respond by uploading public Streamlit link that anyone can access. So we still will, I'll still show you after lunch, Streamlit Cloud, how that works. You start assignment, all I want is a URL. That is assignment. A public URL that I can assess is the only thing you'll submit to me. The page. Okay, hopefully that answers your question. Can the Py file accommodate automatic publication contains? Yes, Nathaniel. Again, this is Python related. So anything in Python you can do in Streamlit. Yes. No, you just send a link. You just a link. I can Streamlit to accept data input. Opalua, you can figure that out. How do you accept data? I did give you a few examples, so I can figure that out. How many rows from a data frame will show, for instance, if a data frame with more than 100 rows? You can decide that. You can minimize that by default. There's a default, but you can set how many rows you want to show. Getting an error, how does it read values from CSV? That's a Python question, not Streamlit. The run Streamlit program doesn't work for me. Okay, I think I saw these already. How do we make the website public? Wait after lunch. How can you use Streamlit to accept data? You can figure that out. Does the assignment need to be or you can just make it your profile? You can make it your own profile page. After lunch, I'll show you some other examples people did last year. Some people made a game as well, but for fun though, they didn't submit that, so you can do whatever you want. You understand what you're supposed to submit? Can you explain if I don't have research yet? Or just make a website about yourself and what you're doing. I mean, you're doing something, right? And share previous info, which is really public assignment. If you want to, share something they've done before. All right, but everybody should be streamlining around, figuring it out, and developing their own code. All right, everyone, we are going to start shortly. I'm waiting for everybody to take their seats and get ready. Team just still waiting for more people to get ready. Only like 50 odd people. Please let me know when you are ready. So I got 66 thumbs up so far. Got a rocket, got no smoking sign. Cool. Hearts and saluting. This, what is this? Soup or food, I don't know. A gene sequence or something. What is this? DNA. Okay. Chest X-ray. Ray. I don't know what that is. Somebody running and eating. And a burger. Nice. Okay. I think we have enough people. So for the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to do something a bit different. The champions know what that is going to be. So this is effectively a team building exercise for everybody that is at a venue. So the champions will be sharing their screen, hopefully, so they can see, so the students will know what to do. So I'm going to stop sharing on my side, and I'm going to share the team building exercise for the next 15 minutes so that we go into all do together. So I'm going to stop sharing, and the champions, please, can do the team building exercise for the next 15 minutes or so. So I want to share this one thing over here. Good. Okay, cool. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to mute myself on Zoom. Cool. So champions, make sure, I just want to check you're already. Ready to do team building. Size now. Okay, so I'm going to mute and we're going to start the team building exercise. All right, we are done with our team building. So everybody is ready. Screen. See who's ready. Regarding the assignment, should the template be the same or just customize it around it, or can you be more loose around it? Yes, you can be more loose if you want to. So waiting for Jess, I will respond to you. Let's see, wait for thumbs up. So still waiting. We only have very few amount of thumbs up and emojis. Putting more ticks and emojis, what do you call it? All right, let's continue with Streamlit. So we covered quite a bit on Streamlit, what it does, and hopefully you are inspired to create websites now in Python. So the last part that I need to show you, which will be the last part for today, is the most important part, which is once you have your Python script, once you have, your Python Streamlit app working locally on your machine, you need to put it onto GitHub and then connect it to Streamlit Cloud. So how do you do that? You will first need a free GitHub account. There are steps how to do that here. Create your GitHub Streamlit account. Hopefully you have a GitHub account already. So you can follow this guide if you don't have a GitHub account yet. You also need a Streamlit account as well. They are free, so shouldn't be a problem. So you will need a free GitHub account and a free Streamlit account to run a Streamlit app on Streamlit Cloud. Firstly, once you have your GitHub account, you can log in at the time being. Open your GitHub account and create a public repo called CSS Streamlit 2026. So I'll give a moment first just for everybody to open the GitHub and create a repo called CSS Streamlit 2026. And just make sure that the repo is public. It needs to be public so other people can see your Streamlit app. If it's private, it's private to you, it's restricted. So you can still access it, but it is limited to your account. So just open up GitHub and create it in the meantime. Right, so I'm going to go through these notes and then do it for you actually what it looks like. So we can have a live example. So gonna create a repo, make sure it's public. You can add a README file as well, but it's not that necessary, but it's always good practice to have README file, markdown README file. Then upload one of your Streamlit Python files to this repo. For example, just for testing purposes, you can, just to make it simple, you can maybe just take the app file, just very simple one, and upload this to get that GitHub repo. So you can take this file, for example, and just upload it. So once you've created your repo, you can press this plus button over here, and this is upload files. So you can just gives a little a drag window. We can just drag the file and you'll commit the message. Again, this step has been documented already for you to upload files already. So this should not be new to you. I did show you how to commit files, so like how do you upload or commit a file and upload files here. So if you get stuck, you can go through the guide, but it should be a straightforward process. So in Git or in GitHub or specifically Git, you do not necessarily save a file, but you're committing a file because the power of Git is it's code repository. You track changes through your code. So you're committing a change ultimately, and this is how you, in effect, save your file. So upload the file, whichever one you want, just you know, as a test. And you should, yeah, that should be it. I mean, that's the end of the process. Now go to streamlit.io and create a free account. Create a free account if you haven't done so already. And in your dashboard, you should see something that says create your first app. Again, I'm going through these slides. I will show you live how I do this myself. So I'm just going through the step this way before I show you live how it's done. So it says, you know, dashboard, it say create an app. You can click on that button. Then it asks you what you want to do. When you deploy a public app from GitHub, deploy a public app from a template. or deploy a private app. So the option we're going to use is deploy a public app from GitHub. So there's the option you choose. Then it shows you this window where it will ask you to connect to your GitHub repo. So I haven't shown that step, but it will ask you to connect your repo. And then this is the one I have. So this is what the message you see to deploy an app. And then I've already done this. So there is a repo already called CSS Streamlit 2026. So it auto detects that repo for you once you've logged into it. So I can just choose that. And make sure you give the branch should by default be allocated. And the app name, this app name or the file path should be the same one that's in your repo. So if you upload the app.py in GitHub, when you deploy it on Streamlit, it should be the same file. And it should almost auto-detect that process for you already. And then you can choose your own, website name, right? So this I chose CSS app 26 coding is cool, but it'll be ended by .streamlit.app. Otherwise, the URL will be some like random characters that it'll automatically generate for you. So you can choose a website name over here if you want. And then you click deploy, and there you have it. You'll have a website that anybody can access on their phone, on their PC, anywhere, anytime. And it's freely available to share. This is the link that I had yesterday. That's it. And then instead of using that one, you can upload your research profile app and build on that. So I'm just showing you the process to get it to work. The general workflow for the Streamlit Cloud is you have your code, which is saved on GitHub. It is deployed on Streamlit Cloud, and the app is a final product that you see. All right, so that is what is documented on Canvas. So you can have a look if you got stuck or if went too fast. So I'm going to show you the process for on my side, a live example of how it works. So I have logged into the GitHub account I'm using, which is CHPC training, and I created a repo already called CSS Streamlit 2026, and I have uploaded my app.py file. I'm here already. Just a word of caution, a note. The files I'm showing you is just a demonstration. If you want to use other libraries like Plotly or I think NumPy as well, you have to create a requirements file as well and add those libraries specifically. So if you have maybe something bioinformatics or astronomy specific libraries, you just add it in a requirements file, and Streamlit will automatically install it for you. So that's just one thing I forgot to mention here. But these examples are fairly trivial, so we don't have to add a requirements file just yet. So this is the app that I created. I can click on it, and you can see it's one of the examples that we have. This is, again, copy and paste of one of the apps that we were working with. So It is NumPy, Pandas, and Streamlit. Streamlit by default has these libraries installed, so we don't have to worry about creating requirements file for that specifically. So that's it. So that is a Streamlit app. And GitHub, like if I've logged in, usually Streamlit will also ask you to log in via GitHub. So that's another process that you should see. But once you're in GitHub, it will automatically detect it. Then I deploy. From click on the deploy button or from a repo. I click on repositories and say CSS 2026. Should find it somewhere. Here we go. Streamlit. So it, again, auto detects it, so it's already there. It's a main branch, which is by default. It says by default this one doesn't exist, and if you click on it, it auto detects a file in your repo already. So just click on it, and then again, this is a random one it gives you, so you can change it to coding is cool. Well, you need spaces or something. Is cool. So that domain is available, interestingly. Okay. But it always ends streamlit.app. There are ways to have it unique. For example, if you want your own unique site, you can assign it your own domain name if you have one. But in this purposes, you won't need it. For those are interested, there are advanced settings to add certain tokens. If you want to connect to a server, some database, you can put hidden tokens or usernames here to connect to a server, cluster, cloud, or something. You would add this under secrets, and then you would use it. You would use it in your file. So you should never add secrets, if you know what I'm speaking about. Username or passwords or anything like that in your app anytime in GitHub. You should never do that. You should always have a secrets file like this to store it. This is, again, if you want to connect to server or cloud or something, you put the secrets here to connect to it. And then you click on deploy. I'm not going to deploy it again. I already have an app that's working, but that's it. You click deploy, and then it will create a website for you. And that's the one I have showed you here. Where did it go? So check what else I wanted to mention. So I'm going to show you how this is going to work. App is in the oven. Yeah, so that's the one I created yesterday. And this is I'll share this link with everyone on the chat, just to show you that this is freely available for anyone to see. And there's a link. You can see it on phone anyway. So the cool thing with this is you can make updates on the fly, right? So instead of having you make a change locally, and you don't have to keep uploading the same file again, you can make edits in GitHub itself. So to do that, I click on this little button that says on my app.py, click on this button that says edit the file. And I say, 26. And then I scroll down and then I click on, where's my commit? Where's commit? Oh, commit, there we go. Commit changes. You can add a comment if you want to track correctly. I mean, this is a correct way to track changes. Commit changes. Streamlit will see there is a change. Should see that there's a change. Rerun. This is page title. Oh, sorry, it did change. I did the page title, so that wasn't as interesting as I wanted to show you. But let's make it this one. 6. Wait, that was the title that changed. But it wasn't like as wow as I thought it would be. So let me try it again. Use it for going some school. 6. Make a change. Commit the change. Update. And please work. Yeah, there we go. It takes the change and waiting. That's interesting. Where did my text go? Researcher profile. Applications, researcher. I just broke my code. Wow. Oh, I broke the menu, that's why. I changed the wrong thing. Let me find something that I don't break. Yeah, I broke the menu. So let's just change something simple. Name 6. Okay, hopefully that didn't break anything now. It changes. There we go. That was a wow moment. So I made a change in the app, and Streamlit immediately identified the change, and there it is. 206 was added, and that's it. I don't have to worry about uploading file again or anything like that. Streamlit will detect that change immediately. And these are the menu options I have. So that is how you upload the code to GitHub, connect it to Streamlit, and deploy your app eventually. So yeah, that's it. I mean, that's all you need to be able to do. And by Monday, when you submit your assignment, which I'll go through now, you literally just have to copy this link over here. Copy this link. Go to the assignment. So where's my assignment? Streamlit app assignment. And start assignment. Just take note, again, it must be a public Streamlit link, and your URL must start with Coding Summer School 2026. So I know that you're just not copying some other Streamlit app. So your URL must start with CSS 2026. click on start assignment, and then you paste the URL here. And that's pretty much it. That's it. And you submit your assignment. Cool. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, so if you want to get Plotly to work, you will need to add that requirements file. So to do that, I'll go back to my repo. Because it's not native to Streamlit. I think Matplotlib probably, but Matplotlib doesn't look very nice. So, so in that sense, you just I click the plus button that says create a file, and I have to say requirements.txt, and I just type in Plotly. It's as simple as that. Streamlit will install the latest Plotly version, so I don't have to specify the versions. If you have other libraries that have certain dependencies, you might have to, but Plotly, for example, you won't need to. So just add Plotly like that, and I'll show you now. Streamlit will. I'll just take a snapshot if anybody else wants to do this. I'll put it in the chat. Will automatically start installing it. So let me just put this on the side. So if you click on this button, only once you're logged in as the main admin user, you see this little manager app. So this is like a little debug window. If the app is broken, and you will break your app, which is fine. It's good to break things. This is like a little debugger. It tells you what's happening. And if your app is broken or something, it'll tell you why. So I'm going to commit this file, so requirements.txt here, and it's committed. And it sees pulling changes, it sees Plotly, it stores the latest Plotly, and then that's it. That's all you need. And you can import plotly.express as PT or whatever you want. Some other debug things to note about this, you can download the log. So for example, if you have people using your site, if you want to see, well, if you want, the log is for errors. For analytics, if you have a site that you want to see how many people have visited your site, you can check on analytics. Other settings you can check out for your secrets and anything else. Change your URL. Yeah, that's it. Now it's actually up to you. If you're struggling to do any of the steps we showed you today, we're going to stop here. There's nothing more to speak about until the tea break. We'll stop the tea break, have tea, then have a final announcement. But yeah, from now until tea break, just try and work out Streamlit. Just make sure you are able to do the GitHub step and make even like a test app on Streamlit Cloud. So I will stop here, and you can ask any questions if you want. Some questions from Dumisani. Do you put things like API keys on secrets? Yes, you would only put your API keys on secrets. How do you access them? I'll give a code snippet of how to access it, but it's like a variable that you just access. So there's something called st.secrets as far as I can remember. So just, I think it's st.secrets. It's something like that you can access it. Topolo, is Topolo done already? Wow, that was quick. Just make sure you add CSS 2026, so we know it's you. See what Topolo did. Hopefully it's appropriate site you created. Yes, it is. Looks like it. Very nice. Data scientist, machine learning. Very nice. Well done. This is great. We're all looking at your site, 600 people at the Apollo, FYI. So I'm also going to add, there is a Slack channel called Streamlit. So once you've submitted your site, you can, yeah, I'll show you this one over here. So there is a Streamlit channel. So once you've submitted your or if you created anything that might interest somebody, you can put it here, something funny or like a game or something, you put it here. But once you've submitted your Streamlit app, put that link here as well. So to Apollo, I'll do this for you. That was the wrong one. You can just start putting your Streamlit apps here. Just Apollo. And if anybody needs help, you know who to ask. Well done, Apollo, for volunteering. So there I'm putting, so please put a Streamlit apps there, like once you've done something funny or something useful, or your own one once you've submitted. Some examples from last year as well. I can just share that just so you have some idea. This is from last year. Some basic profile pages that people had. And then somebody did a bioinformatics site as well that had information on it. Somebody made a noughts and crosses game with Streamlit, which I shared. And somebody made a sick leave application that can fill in a form and submit it as well. Because Valentine's Day apparently was close, obviously last year as well. Somebody created a page. They're looking for Valentine. So apply to date the bachelor. So somebody made that as well. So yeah, that's happened last year. So share your Streamlit apps here. Again, if you have any questions or comments, Sanele, put it on the Streamlit channel so we can see it. Slight delay analytics, interesting. Yeah, that's all from my side. So carry on with Streamlit, make it your own. And if you have any questions, we'll be here. Sahid, so this is a good example, really good example of trying to figure things out for yourself. So Sahid, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, asked, please, what could be the problem here? Python is really helpful. Of all the programming languages, it's really helpful in trying to help you. And it is telling you exactly what the problem is. It says script execution error. This tells you that there's something wrong with the code, and it's pointing exactly where the problem is and how you need to fix it. So the syntax error, this little arrow key, this was newly added to Python. This arrow is here we go. This little arrow thing was actually recently added in Python 3, but it's pointing to the problem, and perhaps you forgot a comma. So I'll leave it at that. Are we finished for today? We're not finished for today. We still have a brief session after tea break. So we're not finished yet. Should we implement some type of data into assignment using pandas, or can we just make a nice looking research profile? A nice looking research profile is good enough. I don't know if this is a encouragement, but there are prizes that are given to the best Streamlit apps at the end of the second week. Is it possible to embed widgets from across the web using Streamlit? You can embed most widgets. It all depends. So you can embed widgets. You can embed YouTube videos, many other things. So we can try it out. Can I name my repository anything? You can, if you want to. So GitHub Pages can't be used since it performs the same function as Streamlit. No, it doesn't. GitHub Pages is static in the most part, so it does not perform the same. Okay, thanks for you. So it won't work. I changed your name now to William Feely. No, but you have two emails. Okay, but so you have two. Okay. Okay. All right, we'll see. Okay. Any questions, secrets? Can I add all dependencies on single requirements text? Yes, you can. You can add all the dependencies you want. Raji, here's my deployment, my CV. Add it to Streamlit, so please add your Streamlit apps here if you want to share it and share with people and people to see. Go to the channel and see it there. How do I solve file not found error? It's a good question. All right. Few final things. As you can see, I'm busy playing a game in Streamlit. Somebody created this on the site. So a lot of things are possible on Streamlit. Some other games. So to finish off today, let's have a quick look at what you did today. We finished the our data pipeline. And we were introduced to Streamlit and many other things. So hopefully you learned something and you can prepare something for Monday specifically. Tomorrow we're going to do continue our visualization demo, doing something with Jupyter. And then in the afternoon, we're having a bioinformatics demo. And Friday, some interesting exercise with Bash, and then Friday, Earth observations demo. Yeah, so that is it in terms of our schedule. I have one more message for you. Something super, super exciting. And that is you have a quiz to do, Python quiz 3.1. And that's it. Thank you very much. You can complete this now or at home. But otherwise, we shall see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.